All right, and that is live. So, real quickly, I just realized I forgot to bring up YouTube chat, which is pretty important. So I'm gonna wait to actually ping Discord until I can actually hear what people are saying. Let's throw that over there. We'll see how long this takes to load. There we go. Dashboard. And there we go. I can see chat. We are good. Let's see, let's change my going live message here. We are continuing to corrupt the engine with Lua. There we go. And this time I remembered to set the correct link for the Discord. So, pretty proud of myself for that. We did not post the wrong link to the wrong thing. But really quickly, wanted to do this before stream because it isn't very relevant to stream. But I wanted to see if I can get this very Vim-specific problem to work. That is for my language server protocol, which is what gives me like highlighting, all of the underlining for bugs and whatnot. I wanted to see if I can streamline the creation of this compile commands JSON that it requires. Now, the plugin that I'm using for this, it searches through all the way back to the root directory to try to find this command, and also search in any subfolder named build. Now the problem is I want to have one build folder for all of my different build targets, or build variants. And even worse, it only searches the exact name build, which means I would only be able to have one build target. So the solution I've come up with is after there's a specific task I can run, which is build a DB and then either debug or release. Now what this does is it configures CMake with arguments that make it generate this compile commands JSON file, and then it will copy that compile commands JSON from there out into the other folder. Now, the problem I'm running into is, of course, the move or copy command doesn't like overwriting that file. It throws an error. And I want to make sure all of these tasks are completely cross-platform for if I want to work on different operating systems. So I can't just do the PowerShell specific overwrite command, even though that would work for any platform. Would work for the platform I'm using, not any platform. However, I've learned I had a thought, and that's like, what if I can define some specific commands for different platforms? And it looks like that is possible to do. The only question is, does Overseer, the plugin that I'm using for Vim, actually support that, which is what I'm about to find out here. What is problem matcher in this case? Looks like we might just be able to do Windows, Linux, and then just be done with it. What is tasks.json problem matcher? I don't think we actually need to worry about that. So we're gonna throw in Windows here. And we don't need to worry about the Mac devs because they don't exist. At least not in VR they don't. So on Linux, I can just do force, and then on Windows, I think I have to do force, as in like the entire word like that. And then for the build database debug, it is quite literally the same thing. I wonder if I could do this for Linux as well, and if that would work. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So, moment of truth. Let's see if we build hello. If we build this for debug, does it even run the command? Looks like that worked, and now let's try it for release. So effectively, by running these two different commands, I can switch my highlighting between using debug and release versions. Nice, so that is working. And I'm gonna just hope that the Linux version will work, which is what I've been doing this entire time. But that is good to know that I can set this up, all these example commands, to be cross-platform and not actually have to worry about too much about the cross-platformness, because I can just do the thing for the platform. Instead of what I was doing before, which is like forcing it to use PowerShell, which I believe VS Code uses PowerShell to execute these as well. So PowerShell is still the correct thing to use for this. Now, to be fair, I haven't actually tested it with VS Code, which, to be fair, I probably should. You know what? Let's do this live on stream, live demo. We are going to open this up in VS Code, and we're gonna see if it can compile this. And we'll just do an SVC like that. Oh, and it just blatantly uses the build folder. Is there a way for me to configure that? Let's see our run commands here. Okay, so we have all of our run commands here. If I try running editor debug, does it just work? Is my adventures into Neovim actually making this super easy for the basic developer that uses VS Code? It looks like it might be. It is. It just works on the first try. That Look at that. First try. So yeah, anybody using VS Code to code in C++ for some reason, there you go. Config for you is included in the project. Fast. I'm going to commit that here as its own commit. That is fixed generate build commands. Gen 8. 8. All right. Now, on to the actual tasks, which are undefined. I'm a little bit split on what to do first. There are a couple of refactors that I want to get out of the way before we do anything too crazy. As like a quick get everybody up to speed on where we're at, I'll just run the editor again real fast so I can show off what we did last time. I mean, you can of course skip to the end of the second stream I did yesterday, which was the second half of the main stream after I had to restart my computer because the editor was literally unkillable. It was too powerful. But we made it so that we can open up scripts in the editor, and we can even run them from the editor. Now, it doesn't show up in the editor console, but it does show up in the standard output because I haven't done anything to intercept Lua's IO library. So I'm gonna want to replace its IO library with my own here in very short time. But I kind of want to do the last stream was the first time I've touched a lot of the editor code in a long time because I've been focusing on Brane script as opposed to the actual editor that it's for a good bit. And it has made me realize that the editor and the way it handles a lot of things kind of sucks. For one thing, I am really not a fan of having two different visible assets for every single thing we want. So the way that I currently have it working is you have like editor assets, which are these. .material isn't a good example. That is just one file. I like .material the way it is, but let's take like a GLTF file. There's also a .assembly. That .assembly is generated from the GLTF, but then we can edit the assembly and also the changes to the GLTF will no longer be carried over to the assembly. That's probably the most egregious example. I'm gonna break out the big words, egregious. Shaders are kind of like the middle ground, where we have the text file here showing off the, not showing off, but containing the actual source of the shader. And then I have this, it's essentially a unity.meta file, which caches our, like, the attributes, the inputs, the outputs of the shader, a bunch of metadata about it. And even that's a little bit iffy, because if I make any changes to the shader, this kind of, I'm worried about it staying out of date. And now, looking at this is also another thing that I have issues with the current system. Below to you as well. I'm currently roasting myself and my code base. But we have an ID stored for this asset. And if I go to the test project Brane file, you'll see that here are all of our asset IDs. So somewhere in here I'll have an asset ID counter. This is how we keep track of which ID to give to assets. This is how we're generating unique keys for them. But I also have just a giant JSON object of every single asset in the project. Now, there's a lot of, it works weirdly, because every single mesh within, every single mesh within this GLTF file, which is in this folder, every single submesh, or like variation of submesh, gets categorized as its own asset. So this GLTF not only, yes, I know you can't load 3D models, 3D viewer, you can't do anything. Not only does this GLTF generate this assembly file here, it also has all of these different submeshes exported from it. And if we open up the assembly, let's just do, can I do VS Code? Yes. Here's all of our meshes that are exported from this GLTF. And here are all the materials that we have. We actually set these in the editor. So when we click on this, we're able to manually set what materials we want to use there, which is fine. Honestly, I should be extracting a name for the material so you know what you're actually setting there. I don't know if GLTF stores that. I think it should. Hello, a wave emoji back to you as well. And then here's like the actually important part of the assembly, which is all of the actual GLTF node data converted into Brane Engine components. And I want to handle this differently, because at the moment I can go into this assembly, which was generated automatically from this GLTF file here. Using OpenGL? No, we're using raw Vulkan. Just raw Vulkan APIs. But we can go into this assembly, and this new entity, I believe, is that light I added a few streams back. So this was not in the GLTF. I don't think I even properly, I don't think I extract lights from the GLTF at all. Which is something that I could do, but I want to refactor this, so we're not going to add it. And this is obviously saved as a part of this assembly file. So somewhere in here, I'll have a light, point light component. And these are all the values for it. You can see that they're the same as in the editor. Yeah. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is because this is the assembly generated by the GLTF. If we make changes to the GLTF, the only way we can update that in the scene is by deleting our assembly and having the editor rebuild that. Your horror stories of learning Vulkan? Yeah, Vulkan is interesting, especially if you're like, no, I don't want to spend the time to learn OpenGL like I did. And I'm saying that I said I don't want to spend the time to learn OpenGL, so I jumped straight into Vulkan. To results. There are results. I'm not going to say if they're good or bad, but there are results. It needs anti-aliasing, I know that much. And I don't know if I've misplaced PBR stuff or not. But I should be able to handle PBR and textures somehow, because I have done that in the past. Actually, one second. Let me see something real fast. Speaking of PBR, I might still have the project where I got PBR, like the one that you know that banner that I use basically everywhere of the standard GLTF helmet thing. That might be this project right here. No, this is empty. This is entirely empty. Never mind, unless somewhere here I have the, no. This is an old drive. I wonder if it would be in here. No. I guess I did that before my hard drive got wiped. Yeah, I guess so. No, little OpenGL. I'm not a huge fan of the fact it's essentially a state machine. Yeah, that also rubbed me the wrong way. It's probably one of the reasons why why is this paused? Probably one of the reasons why I leaned towards Vulkan is because even dumb me from 2 years ago is like, I'm the biggest fan. So note to self, if you don't actually open up a project, it appears that this crashes. So it just does a string parsing error. Does a string just error out if you pass it a null pointer? Because I'm guessing that's what this returns, is a null pointer. Returns null and cancel, yeah. So I guess if you try to pass null to a path, or not to a path, to a standard string, you get an error. This is good to know. Let's just fix this right now while we're at it. Other thing is, do I have to free the result? Don't exactly know what goes on in the hood with the state machine. Yeah. So we can throw that in there. So if there's no open res, well, I guess I can't really just return because this is GUI code. So we're gonna throw that in there. And then after we set path to open res, we probably want to not delete. Is there a tiny FD delete or free? Or maybe it uses a common buffer between everything. Aha! TFT response. So it does have a static char. So I believe that we don't actually have to delete it. And if we try to delete it, we will get an error. That's good. No, there wasn't actually a memory leak there. So we're just gonna really quickly fix crash on not selecting project. What is the days left counter in the stream name counting down to? It is counting down to MIT Reality Hack, which the current goal is to bring a working version of the game engine to MIT Reality Hack, and the other goal is to then win Reality Hack with the engine. The semi, but still like up in the air if we'll actually achieve it, goal is just like get a working version of the engine working by then. Taking a couple shortcuts so that, you know, I have cool stuff to show on the YouTube channel and stuff. But like, it'd be pretty cool to win too. So we're gonna try that. And for context, MIT Reality Hack is the biggest VR/XR hackathon in the world, maybe? It's definitely the biggest community one. Might be bigger than the majority of meta ones as well. Now, what was I right? I was complaining about the complete lack of consistency I have in assets at the moment. Oh, real fast, I'm gonna just check that. I'm gonna open some file, and then we're going to just not. Look, no crash, let's go! Why did I turn into Mario there for a second? Thank you for reminding. It is much appreciated. Because of course this is going to be a good stream in the future. It may not be a good stream now, but obviously in the future it will be. Yeah, so before we go too much further, since we are going to be actively working with assets that we are actively working with and updating, I want to spend just a brief amount of time, but maybe half the stream, working on making it so that the whole asset reloading pipeline works better. And we're going to start from the very beginning. Had this recommended me to, so whatever he is doing is working. Oh, amazing. I could guess from the shader triangle you have in your profile there. Brain short out. What were we going to do? Right, I was talking about the path that we're going to take throughout the stream. It's a Java renderer? Why are you writing a renderer in Java? Don't worry, I hate on Java for the memes, not because I actually hate it. Or do I? Could be a cover. So what I want to do first is something very simple, and that's if I go to Assets, and then is it the asset cache? This is under, no, this is the editor folder we're in. Want to go to Common, Assets, and then Asset Manager. I was like, where's the Asset Manager? The thing that is very clearly the Asset Manager. Right now, Past Me came up with a very creative solution for having different paths to grab assets in the past. So for example, on the client, you will always, at the moment, you will always want to grab assets from a server. So for those of us just joining us anew, this is an asset streaming game engine. So once I've created stuff in the editor here, I go to the sync window, and then we throw in an asset server, we log in, and then we're able to upload our assets to an asset server, and the client downloads those. So it's like a native game engine that works in the same way that a web game does, but with a lot more performant, and hopefully, when we're done building it, a better development experience. Right now, it's definitely a worse one because it doesn't exist, but in the future, of course, it's the engine that everybody will want to use. But anyway, for different things, for different build targets, we have different ways to fetch assets. So we have this fetch asset internal function here that is not defined within the assets library. I believe in, I mean, we can just search for it. Is it, dang it, I'm forgetting. Fishbrain, fetch asset internal. Fetch asset internal. You can see in client, we have a definition of this function, and also in come on, there we go. Fetch asset internal. We also have a version of this in the asset server. You can see here, since the asset server has basically cached versions of the assets, it's serving those. Asset server is basically a CDN. And then we also have an implementation of this editor side, because the editor has a much more complicated pipeline. It has a cached version of the asset, as well as if there isn't a cached version of the asset, it goes directly into our project, and then it generates a cached version of an asset. And yeah, essentially the editor has the most complex asset loading pipeline, because in the future it will be able to load remote assets as well. Basically every target will have the ability to load assets remotely, but yeah. Again, hope you're well. I am doing well. Thank you for wishing me well. But anyway, I don't think that defining a function in every single build target is the best way to do this anymore. I think extreme micro-optimizer me of the past is like, oh, this will be the best way to do it because we won't have any overhead from calling the function. And I mean, past me was also researching like, oh, our static function, like avoiding virtual functions because I was worried about the overhead of overwritable functions. And now I've realized it's not as much of an issue as it was, as I thought it was probably. So all of that yapping is to say that I am going to, instead of us having this fetch asset internal, instead we're going to have a way for us to register asset loaders with the asset manager. So for now, I'll just throw at the top here. Throw an asset loader, and this is going to be basically an abstract class. Could even be a struct, to be honest. And this will have a singular function, which is this function here. Which is just fetch asset. Or load asset. And into here we pass the asset ID, as well as if we want it to be incremental or not. So a better name for this would be streamed, because one of like the really cool things I wanted to do with this engine, which may get killed in the name of optimization. However, I was doing some research and I think I still might be able to get it work and somewhat be able to justify it. But let me bring up an example of what an incremental asset or streamed asset looks like. If I go to my content backlog here, here's an example. It's not the flashiest, but this will work. I think this is unlisted as well, but oh, that is very low quality, but you can see it loads in the mesh, and I think this was intentionally slowed down for dramatic effect. I don't think this is the fastest it can load, because over a local network, like localhost, it should load a lot faster than that. But it's loading in each part of the mesh down to the individual vertex. And meshes are actually pretty small, so that doesn't make too much sense for meshes, but it might make sense for something like an 8K texture, where you see like the individual parts of the texture like creeping over the surface of objects and stuff. It's more for textures. Textures are the larger data boards. Is it similar to streaming assets that you've heard of in other games? Probably similar. The term streaming assets is also used for streaming assets locally off of disk. For example, open world games. Asset streaming is used in any case where you don't have a loading screen, because you need to runtime stream assets into your world. When I call this an asset streaming game engine, I mean you're streaming them off of a server as you play. So, for example, you could do an infinitely open world game as long as you had infinite server space. And players wouldn't have to download that all to their PC. So, streaming in that sense. I should probably change the name of this to streamed instead of incremental, but that is not a refactor for this stream. But yeah, see, I said to do, refactor this to be a callback standard function, which is what we're going to do. Except I'm not going to do a standard function, since just throwing in lambdas is a little bit messy. Instead, what we're going to do... Oh, I already have a fetch callback. Am I using this in, like, async data stuff? Where am I using fetch callback? Anyway, well, I guess I can search for it. Yeah, so I'm not using that at all. So in here, under the private section, we're gonna add in a standard vector of unique pointer of asset loader. Is this NeoVims in Windows PowerShell? Yes, yes it is. Then I also need this to be a virtual. I honestly never thought I would see it either. Then my JetBrains license ran out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be streaming a lot soon. Do I use NeoVim purely to look cool on the internet? Now, looking cool is relative. There have been several moments on stream where, like, I would have gotten something done significantly faster if I was just using an actual editor. But hey, it looks cool the majority of the time when I'm not being held back by the fact that I had to build an editor from scratch. It looks cool. Yeah, don't use Vim if you want to be productive. I will say that. But yeah, so we have loaders now, and then we want to notice you have little to no delay on the stream. Indeed. Heard that learning NeoVim will make you faster at programming. In a sense, at a very baseline level, the learning keybinds for every single action instead of having to context switch between the keyboard and the mouse, that part is very nice. However, you can use Vim bindings in every single major editor already, so I would actually I would actually recommend downloading a plugin for using Vim actions inside of an existing IDE. I was doing that for a fair bit before switching fully to just pure Vim. And in a lot of ways, that's like, you get the best of both worlds. You get the debugger and the reliable context highlighting and just the toolkit around that a larger editor gives you, or IDE gives you. But you also get like the ergonomics of being able to move around pretty fast. I still need to like look up how to do copy paste well though, because that is one thing that's still slowing me down. I used to be very fast mouse copy paste refactor, but now I'm like, oh, we need to like yank that and then replace it somewhere else. But oh no, now that I've deleted that, the thing that I'll paste is the other thing instead of the original thing. I need to actually figure out how that works. Which I could do at any moment. But yeah. Back to the thing we were talking about with the YouTube stream delay. I have it on low latency. I could set it on ultra low latency. I would have to restart the stream for that, though. But I generally like having it low so I can actually have a conversation with people. Is it just we use VS Code? Get him! I mean, you could. VS Code is the only editor that there is actually pre-made build configurations on for this project. However, I would suggest if you are using an out-of-the-box editor on Windows, VS Community is free. That was like the first editor that I daily drove. In my opinion, older versions of it at least were better than Code. I don't understand why anybody would use this for like anything serious C++ programming wise. And then JetBrains is amazing if you want to actually pay for it, which I know is not a very Vim coder thing to say. Well, then you're in luck, because you have the editor. No member named scope lock in namespace standard. Oh, come on. We have loaders, we have... You guys have me distracted today. Then we're just going to yank this, and right underneath the constructor, we'll just throw this. Yes, you see this here? We are definitely figuring out a better way to do this than that. Especially since we're going to have to save data in Lua or something Lua compatible. Gives us a very good chance to refactor that. And then I actually need to scope this to the class. And I also need to change my formatter to not one-line functions like that, because I actually don't like that. I'm actually going to do that real fast. Oh lord, am I going to need to learn Lua to make worlds for this? No, you're gonna have to learn the custom programming language that I'm working on. Lua is simply the thing that I'm throwing in to try to get this working before Reality Hack. But, Brane Engine, Brane Script. That should work, right? Yeah. So Brane Script is a custom scripting language I've been working on for a hot minute, and it's the reason that the editor is kind of in a neglected and kind of messy state, because all my effort has been going into this repo. But the things we're doing with Lua right now are to experiment kind of with how the editor will interact with this, but with Lua as a stand-in. Or even worse, depending on how good he is at making his own programming language. I mean, this is... Actually, let's count this up. So there was ThunderScript, and I made like 2 different versions of ThunderScript. One was an interpreter, and the other one was actually JIT compiled. And then there was the version of Brane Script I tried creating with the ASM JIT backend. And then I switched that over to LLVM, and that was the last version of it, which is on the 1.0 branch, and that got pretty far. Like, we even had template programming in that. And then this is the second version of BraneScript, and this one is the one I'm going off the deep end with, like, asynchronous programming focused stuff. So this is like my fourth attempt at making a scripting language, and it's the one that I'm confident in that will actually exist. But I won't have it ready in, what is my counter to? 26 days? Yeah, 26 days. So we're just going to use Lua for the hackathon. Split empty function. I don't need to split empty. Yeah, we'll just throw this in there. Was even the right place to put it. So now if we go back to wherever we were before this, there we go, much better. Actually readable. Unique pointer asset loader. I have to move this, don't I? There we go, move semantics. The game BitBurner has its own in-game scripting. It's hacking themed, incremental numbers go up, sort of game. Lots of protections separating what of its scripting language is hackable or not. That's cool. A lot of respect for basically anybody that makes a language, because it is hard. Like, doable. More doable than people imagine. But it is hard. It takes a hot minute. Alright, and now wherever we... Here, I write this header? Somewhere in here where we call fetch as internal. Yes, there it is. Oh. I expect very much anticipated that people would hack the hacking themed game itself. Indeed. So I do want to refactor the way that async data works. It's essentially a custom promise / future data type, and I want to refactor that into more of a pipeline like system, so it's in line with the pipeline system that we're going to be building here in a second. We'll probably keep async data for now, but like in the editor, I want like progress bars to pop up on the side of the editor whenever it's doing anything. So fetch asset internal. What we need to do is, see, this is where Rust style iterators would come in handy, but I don't know if I trust C++'s Rust style iterators. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like that at all. So instead what we're going to do is do we do them one after the other, or do we make the request in parallel? I think we do them one after another. So we go... Obviously that's difficult because... Let's actually make fetch asset internal an internal function. Byting reference type asset ID to value const. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be const. Yeah, it's const. And then what fetch asset internal will do is I'm gonna throw on a standard optional. Actually, no, it doesn't need to be optional. A standard vector of unique pointer asset loader iterator, and this can also be a const iterator. We're gonna do that, call that loaders. Now here, reminds me that this has to be constant. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be constant. Because if a loader is caching and stuff... Yeah, we shouldn't have it be constant. We'll just do regular iterator. Now down here, when we do fetch asset internal, we need to... Any reason you're doing this in VR rather than like looking at a monitor? Because this little standing desk extension doesn't have the space for a second monitor, and I don't have a second monitor. And I just happen to have this headset lying around that I'm not really using for anything other than a screen replacement. So it gives me a second monitor. So I have like a private monitor down here to handle like stream details or secretly checking Discord. But yeah. We're gonna do loaders begin. I guessed the, dang it, the headset just restart. Yeah, guys, use the headset, it's great. It totally won't randomly restart, and then you have to redo your window layout and lose the ability to check chat because they're definitely mocking you being all excited about using a headset as your monitor, and then the headset craps out on you. And you, I mean, I guess that's a benefit if you can't see people heckling you. now have multiple windows here. It is an Apple Vision Pro. Which is why I'm able to do all these fancy hand gesture things, and I am actually doing things. And again, it looks like my hands are actually being completely cut out by the green screen. Not only are we living in it, we are trying to actively create it. So here on I will worry about the actual signature of that later. What we want to grab is this thing here. Hopefully that yanked it. My finger kind of hit every button there. There we go. And now we can just do if loaders, I guess we'll rename this to loader singular. I will say if... Did the music stop for you guys too? Okay, yeah, it did. If loader is equal to loaders and then we just want to return. I think this is where I want to move. Yeah, it started right after I said stuff, so. So I'm gonna throw all of this code here. This is like the final error code, like complete failure to find the asset. We're gonna throw that into here. I guess I want to throw in the async data. Apple creates enterprise headset with a corresponding price tag. Mark it as being for productivity. Doesn't actually make sure it is reliable enough for enterprise productivity usage. Yeah, it is. This is a dev kit. Don't let anybody convince you it's anything else. It's a dev kit. I'm a dev, and this is my kit. I wish I had bought a motorcycle instead. Or a beater car, to be honest. That's that set error. Where was error from? To be fair, a lot less likely to kill you than a motorcycle. That's not really a concern. A weird off-brand headset for job training in a Walmart a bit ago. It was wacky. Was it like a Pico? I know Pico is pretty popular with enterprise stuff because it's cheap. At least until people start modding it for SAO like Death Games. Start? Oh yeah, that's already happening. Have you seen the meme to Oblivion Palmer Lucky tweet? Error? Is this setting on error? Ah. So we have a then. So maybe we do the set error to all loaders failed. That is an incredibly bland the most bland of responses. See, I had a problem recently with format not actually existing. So I'm hesitant to use it, because it seems support for it on different compilers is inconsistent. It would be really nice if it did work. Format is now fully available on lib 17. But the version of C that I'm using is the quite glorious CMake standard 23. See, I've had it working before. Well, that's 3 years ago. I mean... that's the C++ 26. Oh joy. The C++ for standard library gets scarier with every single version. I think I'll stick with 23 as much as I can. I do want some features of modern C++, like variants and operators, because I can pretend that I'm using Rust to some extent. The standard expected, I guess, would be result types. What format should work? This is 23 library features. NSVC, Apple, Clang, GCC. They should work. I'll just deal with it. As that could not be fetched. Fetched. ID. Come on, I have a two-string method I wrote for this. Didn't I? ID string. No, I do want it to... this final eyes asset internal, and this can be have it as a standard variant of either a asset pointer, I guess because I'm doing raw asset pointers for some reason, or string, which is what I'm using as an exception at the moment, which is also large entire engine smell refactor. Get rid of the raw pointers. There's no escaping C++ pointers. Yeah, but you can use their standard library pointer types. Or if you're insane, not necessarily insane, but slightly more daring, you can write your own pointer types, which some projects that I've worked on do use their own pointer, like smart pointer types. In fact, my favorite code bases to work in were the ones that had those. Not necessarily because I had those, that was just one of the things that I had. So that asset and throw that in there. This is the promise. This is the result. Actually, I'll have that as the first argument. And I also do want the asset ID. just so that way our error message can be formatted well. Why are you complaining? It's not like I am expecting expression. Huh? Oh, it's probably because I added const to it? Yes. No. Yes. No template named variant in standard. Even though it's literally right there. Theoretically, this should be working. I wonder if before defining the target or the project. If the default value for CSX standard. I'm just wondering if I set this correctly. See, I called it CMake CSX standard. Maybe that's why it's not working. Or at least I'm perceiving it as not working. No, this is called CMake CSX standard. No, it's set CMake CSX standard, yeah. Added in version 3.20. Should be on version 3. Yeah. I guess we'll just say, nah. The compiler's incorrect. Scope lock does exist. Just notice you're streaming. What did I miss? Not much. We've been doing various refactors of the asset loading system for now. I'm getting very picky about how I want to actually handle the asset pipeline, because, as I like to keep saying, I'm a much better programmer now than when I originally coded all of this. So, I think all my old code is crap and needs to be rewritten, because it is, and I do. Finalize asset internal, and in here we put this. And then we put the ID and promise. Otherwise, if this loader does exist, you can do loaders. And whichever loader is the current loader, because this is an iterator. I think you can just do that with... Do I have to... Oh, right. I actually need to do... load asset? Come on, I defined this class like 2 seconds ago. Load asset. It is load asset. Well, thank you. Put a lot of effort into that one, so I'm very glad that people are seeing it. ID and incremental. This is a unique pointer to... Oh, wait a second. This is an iterator to a pointer, so it's like a pointer pointer. So I can't just arrow operator it. There's a pointer operand. What ID are you using? I am currently using NeoVim inside of Windows PowerShell. Specifically my own config, so you can see my name is on it. Which, if you want to torture yourself, is available on my GitHub. I do not recommend it. What language is this? So this is C++ that you're looking at right now. Begin and string cars. And it's a thing where you just manually access the data. Right, you just star it. It acts like a pointer. So this should work. We should get a reference to a unique pointer to an asset loader and then be able to just... I haven't started learning that. C++ is good to learn, but you don't need to necessarily learn it. There's other... You might be able to get away with learning Rust. It is a very valuable language to know, though, since the majority of stuff is made in it or C, and if you know C++, you know C. Oh, come on! I was trying to refresh Twitch chat and the headset restart. That's weird, because the room is, like, cooler than it was yesterday by a fair bit, because I turned down the AC. But the headset is more unstable today than it was yesterday. And I know it hasn't updated, because, at least it reboots super fast. It isn't like a full shutdown startup, it just, like, something crashes, and I have to remake all of my windows. But YouTube chat is a pain to get back up. We want to go to live. And that one. But it's not showing chat. Oh, wait. There we go. I can see chat again. Yippee! Ah, so you know the two of the dynamically typed languages, and then Java, which is the one that we jokingly hate on here. Or is it jokingly? Ha, double star. Indirection requires a pointer operand. I know about that one. Indirection requires pointer operand. Standard vector, standard unique pointer. Iterate. Let's manually check. What forward iterator implements. Template named variant in standard. Well, then why didn't you let me import variant? And you're not complaining that that doesn't exist. variant. But this is what we're looking at here. When I do standard vector begin, what is returned? Just iterator. But there's also a version of this. Oh, the const. Okay. So this wouldn't be the constant one. In fact, it very explicitly isn't. And then what else do I need to put in here? The asset. Indirection requires pointer operand. What does that mean? What Linux distro are you on? Windows 10. But then when I do actually switch to my dual boot, it's mainly Ubuntu now. The grand average. Is that the dereference operation carried out by the pointer operand can only be applied to pointers. In order to access the pointer, they variable I2 isn't an iterator, it's a number, more accurately a difference type. But generally that's a number. An iterator minus an iterator gives a number. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Now it's fine. I bet it can even collapse it. It cannot collapse it. The best Linux distro is Windows 95. That was before my time. I remember one time I messed up the BIOS on the family computer, and I was very confused when it booted up to Windows 95 instead of Windows 7. And that's about the only interaction I've had with Windows 95. Or it might have been, I'm pretty sure it was Windows 95. I am young. So here, this is the result if we actually do get boots up Windows 95. What year is it exactly? So what I want to do is move this logic into finalize asset as well. set error. So we want to do visit on results, and then dang the oh. Wait, you can drag these? What? Huh. That was a complete accident. So we pulled one of these. But for this, I need a struct helper for my other project. Actually, over here, this here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this, and since I don't want to have to deal with all of the syntax overhead for that every single time, we're going to go into utility, and we're going to, what is your advice on getting into game engine dev? Just do it. That's how I did it, so that's really the only advice I can give is, if you're passionate about it, nothing will be able to stop you, because like everybody kind of says like it's not worth it, and in a lot of cases it isn't. So really you just have to get into it because you want to, and then just go for the things that interest you. And then eventually, once you've learned enough, you might either go, all right, I've had enough fun, time to use an existing engine and actually get something done for once, or you'll end up like me spouting your mad ideas on the internet, and maybe something will come of it. That also is a really good option. If you can get an internship somewhere where they actually are making an engine, that is a good option. If you're specifically interested in the VR space, Wonderland Engine has done a ton of internships. In fact, I even interned with them for a hot minute. Yeah. We're going to create a thing called variant match. And I do actually want header guards here. And I always forget my header guard syntax. Pragma once is very nice, but we're doing that for backwards compatibility, which means I should probably go back there and change that from Pragma once to something else. I also need to make a macro for making header guards. Fine. Brane Engine. I might need to copy this over to BraneScript as well, just for consistency. I think it's because most modern engines have been around longer than Vulkan. So they just had to implement it, and now that they have implemented it, no reason to not directly use it and keep their backends up to date, as opposed to just ditching them. At least that's my not actually in the industry guess. I'm gonna change the music vibe slightly. Yeah, Vulkan is very new. In terms of software. I mean, 2016 is almost 10 years ago, but in like embedded programming direct API space, that is still rather new. Like, it's actually younger than me. We're going to define match. I'm going to call it match V for variant. And into here we'll put a variant and then cases. And into here we'll do I'm not clicking. Visit. Variant is the second argument. Actually, we don't even need to put that there. We want to have people do it. Now we put cases here, but we actually want it to be overloads. Like that. Thank you, formatter. And just like that, we will be able to do include. Oh, this is the wrong file. No, wait, is this asset manager? Or ugh. That feels wrong. Hello. This feels like the correct way to do that. Anyway. So this is threadpool H. Why am I in threadpool? Oh, there we go. We're back to the correct folder. Just had to go back enough jumps. Then in here, what I want to do is match V. Oh. We'll see if that actually includes the header file. And then in here we can do. Never did end up figuring out what was up with the UI. Which UI? utility, variant, variant match. Oh, right. I remember that. See, what UI problem were you having? That was a while back. Was that conversation in Dev General or in main? In any case, I've like completely redone the build pipeline for Brane. I hope I didn't break the main branch. Yeah, Brane main branch is compiling. But look at this, we have build commands in the README now. Depends on which target you are running. If you're running the client, there is no UI in the client. So if you go through all these steps and then run install on the editor and then run the editor executable, that should have UI. Client will have absolutely zero UI, and the asset server will, client will be a gray box. The asset server will, that will be a command line. It was the editor? Huh. Well, in any case, dependency management is a lot easier now. So, potentially it would work now, because we're using a VC package instead. Which also means you don't have to do GitHub submodules for the time being. I might add in one GitHub submodule for Brane script in the future, but for the moment, there are all of our dependencies. Much cleaner. All the build instructions fit on one page. Is it compatible with Linux? Yes. In fact, if there's a green check mark there, that means it has built to Linux. Because this is a Linux build that I run on the GitHub workflow. I should test Windows builds as well there. I need to refactor that entire workflow to even like do releases. But I mean, if you want to mess around with a little bit behind the latest release, I actually have compiled binaries on the GitHub page for people to mess around with that are extremely buggy, and I don't actually recommend touching. They're kind of just there as like I don't want to hide anything. If you want to see how buggy this is, like, all my lofty claims aside, here's the receipts. Don't know how possible CI/CD is with Windows. You can set GitHub workflows. Well, you don't necessarily have to build for Windows from Windows. Like, you can build with like min-GW on a Linux. You can cross-compile to other targets. Theoretically. Let's see, so in this case, if we do string error, then we want to do this path here. And this still is showing up as a matching function called a visit. That means it might actually be working. At least the import. Overloads cases. This is what we want. I mean, that looks correct. Also, so funny using an Apple Vision Pro. Indeed it is. It makes for quite the spectacle, does it not? This cannot be I guess I can do this. ID cannot be implicitly captured. I mean, this isn't asynchronous, so we can just do that. No matching function call to the. Oh, wait. I include variant. Does that help with this? Functional, maybe? No. Standard visit. This is underneath. It is underneath the variant library. Since 26. Oh, this is the member variable visit. We don't want member variable visit. We want standard visit, which is still defined in the variant class, but it's since 17 and 20, which. So did I mention that I am an avid Resomat player? You did not. Thoughts on ChatGPT? It is very useful when used sparingly and in a smart way, but don't let it start thinking for you. I have recently tried out Claude though, and I am liking, Claude is very noticeably better at programming tasks. I was actually able to fix some of the CMake install stuff only with its help, which is very nice because I will offload having to deal with CMake to an AI in a heartbeat. The fun programming? No. CMake? Yeah. No matching function call for visit. It's still saying no matching function call. Is See, this is where I got the overloaded thing from. Beard of the planned Resonite domain system. I have been here or there watching clips and bits of the Resonance podcast that they're doing about the plans. I feel like I watched something where they were talking about that, but I can't remember the details about it. I'm guessing it's something similar to self-hosting. Made me think of the whole train thing you said in your video. Oh, interesting that they came out with that after my video came out. No. So you have more than one world loaded? I know Neos let you have more than one world loaded at once, and exist in more than one at once. Is that something that they carried over to Resonite, or it's not implemented yet? Alright, our responses are out of sync. So they did carry it over from Neos? Or, okay, that is unrelated. So we're talking about it is you can load multiple domains into the same space. see, and then we should just be able to comma separate these. We'll let you be present in them at the same time. Interesting. Too many arguments provided to function like macro invocation. Ah. I wonder what this comma is saying. Does that mean that they will be a optional function macro? This macro may only appear in the definition of a vardic macro if the variable argument has any tokens. Then a optional invocation expands to its argument. But if the variable does not have any tokens, the var opt does nothing. Oh, so it's saying it adds that comma in there. And I'm guessing that adds in commas as well. So we can go to... Remind me of report of the week. Don't know if I'm familiar with that. I mean, like a voice or the look, or I just realized I'm not wearing the hood. The hood makes me look less cringe and like long necked and makes the music louder. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Example, you could have a spaceship that is a domain, then seamlessly go from different worlds to other people. Oh, the guy that reviews food? Oh, in terms of his look. The looks is an interesting thing because when that video went out, I've now had multiple people compare me to MatPat, which is fun. Like, I've occasionally been told that I have a decent like MatPat impression, but then like other people are like, nah. So I've just completely given up on trying to do impressions because it feels cringe. Anyway, I also got compared to Victor, which is like, yippee! To clarify, Victor from Arcane. I have cosplayed him a couple times. It is fun. And then, has it been anyone else? No, it's mostly like, you can't fool us, MatPat. Like, dang it, they got me. But that's just a theory. A VR theory. Thanks for watching. That was very mid. Very, very mid impression. But we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Pat's starting his graphics art. Yeah. After I got fed up with FNAF, you know, we gotta make something of ourselves here. FNAF isn't paying the bills anymore. You can see that would allow you to make seamless loading train as its own domain. Yeah, the idea of like vehicles to take you between worlds is one that I've had as well for a while. I think everybody's kind of converging on the same ideas for like everybody wants to be able to drive, like, well, everybody wants to do Ready Player One, and that was in Ready Player One. So everybody's trying to figure out their technical solution for doing that with Ready Player One. For me, it would be like a mobile chunk system, where instead of chunks being static portions of worlds, you have a chunk that defines like a vehicle, or multiple chunks that defines a vehicle. With my system, you could have multiple chunks defining something, so you could pull up in a Star Destroyer. Though, I don't know how you actually make that like work inside the frame of like having consistent experiences in a world. So there'd have to be something weird like worlds defining like, hey, this airspace is open to custom vehicles. Nice. I genuinely look forward to seeing what Resomat implements, because Resomat is one of the coolest platforms out there, and like my project's open source. I don't have a profit motive other than like I would like to be able to pay for food and whatnot. That would be nice. So I'm not going to be mad if other people use the same stuff. In fact, like, I'm putting all my code out for free in a way where, like, I can't do anything if people use it. So, it is very cool to see that they're going down a very similar path to the way that I'm trying to do stuff. You can have one domain that points to others with a non-spatial domain. Interesting. All of this is sounding a lot like what I proposed after my video came out. This is very interesting. Now, I won't accuse anybody of going, hey, those ideas are good, yoink. Resomat has peer-to-peer hosting, so wonder if somebody would be able to stitch your system together to use in a Resomat session. Depends on how extendable Resomat is, because I am attempting to go the server authoritative route, because I want to be able to make very immersive experiences with the engine. So secure server-side scripting is an important part of that, because then people can use APIs and stuff. Start talking about this before your video? Okay. I've been moving my cursor around with no thought in the brain. This refactor is taking a lot longer than it should. I should have been done with this like an hour ago. Wow, it is already almost 5. Wow. Asset manager, CPP, match the unexpected unqualified ID, expected Very interested to see where all these emerging VR platforms end up. Semi. Seems to have a moddable version of it, so seems doable. Potentially. Overload cases variant. Where does this? Yeah, that lines up. That doesn't need to be there. There we go. Look at that. no errors as well, which means now we can take this and then throw all of this in there. I think it just was A before. And then this is promise. Resonite's core goals is real-time creation and collaboration inside of VR. Though I do think your platform has a bit of a different goal to Resonite. Yes, so the goal of my platform is for people to be able to create very immersive experiences. So the creation aspect is necessarily a little bit separated from the world. This load state. Load state. I think this is supposed to be... No. I'm going to bring up the original version of this code here. Compare it. There's some sort of middleware you can use as a bridge to go from one to the other. You can see them as cooperating. Otherwise, it might be a console war type situation. Quite possibly, and that's honestly probably the more likely outcome, unfortunately. Just because, like, platforms have to be different from each other, otherwise there's no point in having different platforms if they're just reskins of the same platform. And that necessarily makes them not one-to-one compatible with each other. So here we do internal fetch. There we go. I thought that this was not defined here. Oh, this is the asset server executable. I want common assets, asset manager. Then we want to look at asset data is in fact the... Oh. Do I just... Okay, so I'm like loosely shared pointering this. I get that. It's like Minecraft servers, you have individual servers, but they might also be connected via a hub world, acting as the starting point to be more easily able to move between those servers. Sounds like both what my project and Resomat are trying to do. If the description that Exxon is talking about is accurate. Otherwise, they would just be individually competing with each other for players. Yeah, and that's not what we want on any platform. And that is... But that's probably an issue that Basis is going to run into. That with their framework, everything made with Basis is going to be its own platform. So you run into the problem of then they would all have their own separate player bases. I guess I just have to add more arguments onto here. Yeah. We call this entry. And then up here, we'll throw it in here. But we also need to put it into finalize asset data. And this is now queued up for a refactor as well. At least to the way that I'm handling memory and whatnot. Now, we can say entry load state is loaded. Entry asset is equal to asset. Go through all the on awaiting load and call those. Know that they were alternatives to the World Wide Web that are... Really? I was unaware of that. The story that's told us is just like the government released the internet, and then I guess the World Wide Web and internet are technically different things. Internet is just the technology and raw protocols, and then the World Wide Web is HTTP and all of like DNS and all of those protocols. Well as HTML and stuff. And this would be not asset entry. And here we can do finalize asset internal. We can throw in A. Then let's see, what's the order of our things here? Incremental. Actually, no. So the result, then the entry, and then the ID, and then the promise. Variable ID cannot be implicitly captured, then we won't implicitly capture it. Not everybody wants the most realistic VR experience. A lot seem to be happy with even the simplest designs. So there might be a point where Resomat is like Unity, where this becomes like Unreal. I mean, I'm definitely not trying to go for Unreal level graphics, at least right now. In fact, I am kind of going closer to more of the Unity pipeline for the creation of assets. the way I see it, Unreal probably ends up more like the Gmod of VR. Like just a sandbox. Whereas, honestly, I've had the project compared to Flash a couple times, and that might be closer to the direction we're going. Now, I've also been told, like, Flash had a lot of vulnerabilities in it, and that's why Flash isn't around anymore. Hopefully, I do not have that many vulnerabilities. And I'll actually support it more than Adobe did, because Adobe. They are making custom rendering pipeline, yes. I already have a custom rendering pipeline. It's kind of crappy, at least at the moment, but I do have it. Tree asset. No, it's ID. There you go, and that's a much more solid pipeline. Not as solid as I want it to be, but more solid. I'll have things like material layering and shader nodes that you can add in real time. Yep. I'd like to have a VR native editor, but it's not my priority at the moment. And probably won't be for a while. That refactors our asset pipeline. Undeclared identifier unloaded. Doesn't matter. Oh. I think this is for the error pipeline. Yeah. Guessing the editor will always be separate from the client? Yeah, at the moment, that is how it is planned. So if there does become a native VR editing mode, it will either be a custom world hosted by the server, by the editor, that the client then connects to, and then the custom scripting in that world allows interacting with the editor through a locally hosted world with editor extensions. That's one possibility I see. Very complicated workaround, but I feel like that is probably the most likely option. Could also be native VR support in the editor, though I would want to like try to keep it in the client instead, or the all of the VR code in the client. I could possibly see embedding some debug inspection stuff into the client side, kind of like a Control-Shift-I of the editor, in the same way that a browser has Control-Shift-I. It would be interesting if you could edit with multiple people, but I'm sure that would add complexity. If I do it as the editor locally hosts a editor world that you can connect to with the client, that would then make it be possible to potentially either port forward your PC and have multiple people connect like over LAN, or have an editor executable running on a server, which would be crazy. I'm kind of spitballing this. But if I do have VR native editing through the most likely option of it being a custom world that directly interfaces with the editor, then multiplayer wouldn't be that hard to implement, since multiplayer is if you've built something on the engine, it has multiplayer by necessity. Oh, that's interesting. I just tried refreshing the Twitch window again because it wasn't doing anything, and that crashed my headset again. Well, note to self, if Twitch chat dies, just hang out with YouTube chat. But I mean, I can see on OBS down there that we're actually chilling. There is actually 4 people on Twitch. It was saying 1 before when I tried to refresh it. And then YouTube Studio is just not loading. There we go. Oh, and it even has chat still. There we go. The inventory, lack of being able to customize cave bindings mainly. Yeah. Come on. There we go. All right. Now if we go and in all of our targets, we're going to now need to make it so the asset manager has the correct asset loader associated with it. And I might be able to further refactor this to make it more modular, but at the moment I'm just trying to get this working. So somewhere down here we should have the fetch. Oop. This, which we can I really need to actually learn how Vim registers work. We're gonna have this be a class, asset server, asset loader, or we'll call it loader. This will be an asset loader. Seems to be a lot of work to do in figuring out how to best interact with the VR through mouse keyboard, which is not in headset. I think that's part of what's limiting adoption. Agreed. And that's something that I want to experiment around with as well. It's the load asset. Override. Asset server loader cannot be defined in the result type of a function. That's weird. We're gonna do asset manager, add loader, make unique asset server loader. Thank you for the reminder highlighting. We do need to do virtual destructor for this. To make it so you can see YouTube chat in my overlay. I've been having problems with that on Stream Elements because I have an overlay right now which is connected to my account that should be showing up in, see, Twitch chat is showing up to the left of me. YouTube chat should be showing up over the top of my head. However, it is not. I'm going to close this window. So if I switch over to YouTube, it's complaining that, see, it doesn't think I'm live right now. And Stream Elements, well, they're supposed to be able to handle multi-streaming just fine. Maybe it's because my email isn't verified or something weird like that. Stream Elements not detecting that YouTube is live, because I've gotten it working before. Let's see. It might be because I don't have the Stream Elements bot in my YouTube chat.
We are here at TwitchCon.
Ah! No! Ow! Ow! Go away. You are not here at. We are not here at TwitchCon. We are trying to get YouTube chat to actually show up on the stream so it can be more engaging. I think what I do is I go to permissions, manage permissions. Maybe it's channel? No, it is permissions. Yep. sending me through the whole 2FA. Thank you, YouTube, for caring about me, but you're getting in the way. I don't have the YouTube app. Let's see, in the YouTube app. I deleted the YouTube app on my phone. Oh, there we go. Dang it, I have to re-download YouTube. This has happened to me multiple times, where they force you to use YouTube as your authenticator app for 2FA. Did you know there is PowerShell on Linux? Yes, I was aware. In fact, I keep seeing... I clicked on the link for this thing because I was like, oh, maybe this is a solution to my build problem. Maybe this cross-platform PowerShell has the same exact commands as on Linux, making stuff easy. But no, it's you can do the other way around where everything uses PowerShell, which is disgusting. I don't like that. I don't want to do it that way. So now I open up my channel here, and now we do the 2FA. Come on, give me the pop-up so that I can get chat working. YouTube. Yes, that is me. There we go. Now, let me manage permissions. We're going to add a here. Actually, would it be community? Why would... Why would managing moderators be underneath the automated filters tab of the community? Why would it ever be there? I also need to ban the phrase seed phrase because I keep getting bots going, this is my seed phrase, can you help me out with my crypto account? No! Oh, it's under settings community. Oh, I have Stream Elements as a at least a standard moderator. Maybe I need it as a managing moderator. Automated filters, and then we want to add to block words seed phrase. Now I refresh this page and see if that, we'll just manually report that one. No crypto for you. Yeah, the seed phrase that everybody tells not to share with anybody. I've had bots throwing seed phrases into my comments going, can you help me get my, like it has to be some sort of money laundering scheme. Like, that's the only thing I can imagine that it is, but I don't understand how that's supposed to work. Like, do you type it in the seed phrase, steal whatever money is out of the account, and now, like, the government is after you instead of the person who, like, put that seed phrase down there? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what the... Hey, look! There's the stream element spot. Here, type something into the chat. Test. Does it show up on my overlay? I'm not seeing it show up on the overlay. Can you send me to the repo of Brane Engine you are working on? So it's Brane Engine. And my GitHub is linked in the description. However, I guess it isn't on my GitHub anymore. It is on Brane Reality now, which I can actually... Let's switch over to the stream manager here. And actually, I need to look at my channel, don't I? So if I... See, if you click on the GitHub link, it is one of, like, my pinned repos. Let's also throw it into one of these panels here. I'll say GitHub repos. Throw Brane Engine into one of those. Or no, we'll just put the org in there. So if you refresh the page now, there should be a new panel that is GitHub repos underneath the Twitch stream. Doesn't look like that actually turned into a link though. Let me fix that. There we go, that should be a link now. That doesn't go where it's supposed to. Now that goes where it's supposed to. Okay. Stream element spot. I heard you were talking about bots. Do you want some help with that? No, what I'm trying to do right now is get Twitch chat working in the overlay, because I really want the YouTube overlay to show up so that the people over in Twitch chat don't think I'm insane. More so than I already am. I don't want them to think that I'm insane in that way. I don't have actual voices in my head quite yet. I've gotten close a few times, but not quite yet actually. So if I go YouTube chat properties, that is the correct overlay. Well, I am slightly insane. Like, you gotta give me some credit. So if I refresh this, okay, it actually can tell that I'm live on YouTube now. If we go to overlays and I go to the chat overlay that I have here, like, That's not showing up at all. Wait a second, did I not have a chat window in my overlay labeled chat? So I'm gonna save that real fast. Hey, look at that. It's YouTube chat. I didn't have a chat window in my overlay called YouTube chat. So here, let me mess with the settings here so that it actually, you know, no chat, you aren't actually real. You are a myth, a deception. Then let's just jump that up to like 700 maybe? Actually, I think 700 is perfect. Actually, the layer. How big is the layer? Wait, layers. I have 2 chat. What's the problem with chat 1? It looks like I already had this set up. Huh. The opacity was set to like 10. Don't Here. We'll increase the size of chat a little bit. There we go. That should be a little bit better. And let's also change the color to white. I'll also give it a shadow, that way it's more visible. All right, let's see how that looks. Do you cast the screen display of your computer into the Apple Vision Pro? Yes, I do. Though the monitor I'm using right now to do all of these changes is an IRL monitor. The second, but actually primary. So let's see, if we refresh the cache of the page, look at that! There you are, chat. But also, you are too much there. This chat is not up to date. I'm seeing chat there. There we go. Man, that was super delayed. Why is it so delayed? Do I have a delay on this? Messages are delayed by 0 seconds. Yeah. I do not want to show messages permanently. We'll do 30 seconds seems fine. We'll save that. We will also refresh the cache. So let's see if that fades. Because I did save the page. Is this the wrong overlay? Matching 24/7 chat though. True though. No, that's the same overlay. What if I delete the custom CS? Now the chat is working too well. Also, why do I have... Oh, that's OBS side. Does that fade after 30 seconds? Why is this so delayed? Oh well. We'll live with it. But I'm also gonna change this down to like 10 seconds. And then we're gonna refresh the... Oh, wait a second. Is it working? Did I just have to wait 30 seconds for all the chat messages to go away? I wrote test like 5 seconds ago. 10 seconds ago. There is a 10-second delay, locally even, on chat. Nice. So I will be responding to chat before the overlay even says that I can see it. It's interesting that it's that far back. I guess the bot is just struggling because I haven't had it running the entire time. Okay. Anyway, I am now looking less crazy, potentially. Now, where was I? Right, I was making my code not broken by adding... I'm gonna have to start coding off stream as well. Coding with an active chat is very distracting. Oh. That is an issue. We need to be able to access the inner state of the set. Or do we? No, wait. No, that's asset server, CPP. Why am I manually accessing the asset lock? I don't need to set the asset lock. Or I shouldn't need to set it. Trade-off is when there's a lot of us, you can take advantage of the internet hive mind for offloading research. True. Welcome back. You didn't miss much except for me going, why am I accessing a mutex for the class outside of the class? I need to like create a Rust style mutex that protects inner data. Because this is why the editor is buggy right here. This is how I'm handling stuff like asset data or asset entries. Loaded assets? Because, yeah, this loader does need to be able to update the current state of the asset without fully returning the result of the asset. Well, actually, no. That's all stuff that should be on the asset server side of things. Ugh. It was a mistake to start refactoring this, because now I'm stuck here. It's time to create the Brane utility library that I will probably also use in BraneScript. But throw this into common utility. I already have shared recursive mutex, which is a abomination. C++ be like, why do I have to use Arch Linux? So this is going to be a header. If then def h Brane mutex if sifi. It's like I have to update every time I want to install anything. Yeah. Recursion plus pointers are truly the dark arts of programming. And threading. I'm threading while doing recursion with pointers. So we have a value there. We also have, we're going to include standard mutex. Might do also a read-write mutex here. How's my engine doing? The deeper I get into this project, the more I realize how bad at coding old me was, so in need of lots of refactors. In need of many refactors. We're also gonna have a mutex. Actually, we can just call this lock. Yup. Holidays is the best time to refactor. So we'll have a T reference here. As well as a necessarily is actually we could do a scoped lock here. Lock guard or scoped lock. That locks an arbitrary number of mutexes all at once. Oh. I'm gonna use that later if I don't make my own system. So there's lock guard, but I want scoped lock. Uses standard scope lock to lock a pair of mutexes without deadlock. I didn't realize it could do multiple. I've been having this exact same problem in like Rust of all places, and this is literally one of the problems I was creating Brane script to solve. Is what if you need to lock multiple mutexes at once, and forget the order that you've locked them everywhere else in the codebase, and then cause a deadlock. This somewhat solves that, but I'm still going to write Brane script. Standard to scoped lock. What is underneath mutex? Okay. Gonna have that as M for now. Come on, there is a scoped lock. Class mutex types. if I throw in a mutex there, it still claims there's no scoped lock. Maybe I need to include thread. No. Watching through a headset myself, by the way, currently working on a little space game in Resomat. Nice. Well, I don't have mutex locks at the moment because I have gone through a ton of different... No clue what you're actually doing, I barely know you know. Ah. I didn't see your before message there. I have about a 1/100th of a Q of what I'm doing. Yeah, we're just... So I don't actually have a problem with mutexes at the moment. I just have difficulty with them. So the Rust version of mutexes is very much superior because you don't need to remember to lock mutexes. Because in C++, you have a mutex, and then you have the value. And you have to remember to call lock on the mutex, and then unlock on the mutex if you want to, like, use that to represent mutating a variable. And you have to remember every time to do the lock and unlock. Now, scoped locks allow you to just get a scoped lock to the mutex, but the mutex and the value are still different things. However, the way Rust does it is the mutex has the value inside of it, so to actually get the value, get a writable or readable reference to that value, you actually have to call lock on the mutex, forcing you to always lock the mutex, and you can't ever cheese it like, oh, I can squeeze out some performance because I know nobody else will be accessing it. Trust me, bro. So we're gonna just make our own version of that. So this is going to be our scoped lock. Imagine stereotypical rewriting this in Rust. There's enough of the engine there that I don't want to rewrite it all in Rust, and eventually I want to integrate it with BraneScript, which I am writing in C++, specifically because I don't want to have to deal with LLVM bindings for Rust. Will you allow third-party clients? I can't stop third-party clients. This is Apache 2 licensed. Go crazy. Fork the repo. Make a client. I literally can't stop you. Actually... Actually, no, if you call lock on this, you definitely want to lock it. Or, well, no, there's different ways that I might want to lock this. So, like, I might want to try lock it. You know, I'm going to ignore the highlighter being wonky, and we're just gonna go for lock guard. And then when we pass in the value, oof. Wait, half gigabyte internet, like as in like 50 megabytes up and down? That's actually pretty fast. Like, I think I only get 200 max. Yeah, like if you're complaining about half a gig, like you're doing fine. Yeah, I know. Dude, you don't get to complain about that. That's blazingly fast internet. Back when I lived in Idaho, I had like 8 down. Like, one of the reasons why I wanted to make this engine is specifically because a lot of people don't have access to really, really high-speed internet. Like 500 megabits down. That is incredibly high speed. Like, you live in a major population center. If you live anywhere other than a city, you're, like, I have 200 down on fiber. And like one of the reasons I built this project is because like I got very bored of waiting in a black void for a 500 megabyte worlds in VR chat to download, because your major population center friends immediately download this entire world, but then you're sitting there for literal minutes downloading the world. And like, I want to be able to be in this world before I fully downloaded it. And that is literally one of the inspirations of this engine, is to let people with crap Wi-Fi be able to, or even just average Wi-Fi. Average internet speed is 119 megabits per second. All right. What about Europe? Or US, outside of population centers. In 2023 it was like 171. Or in rural areas around 111. I don't know. In the rural area that I was in, it was like you were lucky to get 60. Then again, I was in the middle of nowhere. Median speed. Median is what you want to hear. I should have searched for median. But yeah, this is the internet speed that I'm targeting for the engine. Is that. So if you have an internet speed faster than that, it's going to be like really fast. Bunch of new users on Resomat asking to turn it off. I feel like that's implementation specific though. Because the way I want to do it is like the local area around you loads in, and then like everything else loads in like the lowest LOD of things, and auto-generating texture LODs, because textures are the largest things. So if you like download 512 textures for everything, that's going to be pretty fast, and then you're going to basically be in the experience and can wait for the higher detail stuff to load in. I don't have syntax hiding here. lock. What? All to deleted. How are you able to tell this deleted function if you can't even tell the lock guard exists? Oh wait, that's lock guard. That's not scoped lock. Which is what I want. Oh joy, I have to revive the C-lang-D file if I want my highlighting to actually work. One second, we need to edit the Vim config so I can actually function. Oh wait. Dir of your project dirs if you want the extra flags to apply to group of projects, not be system wide. I guess if other people want to use C-lang, I had just deleted it though. So this should figure out that Mutex exists now. Scope lock. Dang it, come on! Realize that scoped lock exists. Exists in the header file. No, I'm using C++ 23. So it should be more than high enough of a version for it to work unless they removed it in a future version. But it says since C++ 17 here. Is it the header file? No. I checked the header file. If you go into the header file, it is right there. And it does have a header guard here. It has CSX 17, which I mean, it builds fine. Like, there are script locks in other places that build fine. It's just my syntax highlighting that's broken. It's been causing me no end of pain. NVim know you're using C++ 23? The ceiling D file that I just added this .ceilingd should be telling it that we are using C++ 23. We search this. Maybe I'm able to set this in my Vim config. I already restarted the LSP. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try that. But I'm gonna open up Asset Manager since that's what we were using. And then are we already in? No, we're in NVim DAP right now. We need to go to LSP config. There it is. And inside of, we'll create a new one for ceilingd. Ceilingd setup. Capabilities equals capabilities and init. Yes. All right, thank you for sticking around where you can. While you can. Might not know your project root. It does. It finds like the compile commands JSON. That's why not everything is a red line, or at least we're getting some red lines. then we're gonna 23 this. The flag also that I pasted in didn't have a double dash there, so that might have been it, but I would prefer to have this in the config rather than where is it claiming to be missing a... there. I know the ceiling D file is highly recommended, but I prefer not throwing tool-specific things other than format in here. Aside from this, because I feel like this is incredibly useful as a reference resource. But other than that, other stuff kind of seems like clutter, which I'd like to avoid. And then the thing we were actually working on was utility mutex here, and it's still claiming that there is no type of scope lock in namespace. We do the ceiling D file. It can handle this by creating a properly configured compile commands JSON, which is what we're doing. Let's actually see what the compile commands JSON says. Oh, come on, and the headset restarts. I want to code! I want to code instead of debugging. I haven't actually gotten anything done that I wanted to get done. I started on a quick refactor and I've been here for 3 hours. Yeah, we have chat back. I don't know, all of the flags that I'm seeing in here only have a single tick. Like here, it only has the single tick. Yeah, see, even in their official documentation, it's only a single tick. Right here. CPP latest. That's a suspicious flag. Existing directory is named clangd. File name clangd. In the source tree, clangd searches all parent directories of the active file, which this would be in. So this would be the correct thing to put there. I guess another question would be, that's written now. And we restarted the LSP now, so we've done literally everything to possibly tell it to use that. But another question is, newest version of C++ that C-lang supports. 23, informally referred to as 26, you can use C-lang in C++ 2C mode with the standard 2C option. What does the 2C option do? There's 23, and what is 2C? It's partial support. See, I have 23 now. We restart the LSP because I have it on. Actually, I have it on a keybind. Hear me out. What if we do? Even that doesn't work. Like, I can't just define the thing. Invalid token at start of a preprocessor expression. I can't even define the expression. Sorry. We're gonna use VS Code. No, it's mutex. That's an M. Here, 1 second. I need to let the dog out. All right, to continue our descent into madness. I do have a call that I need to step away for in about an hour here. However, I'm like feeling the urge to all-nighter this. This isn't lock guard, this should be a... Is it scoped or scope? No, it is scoped. Alright, so we need to fix this rather quickly, or I'm gonna switch to VS Code as my editor. Well, it's because I already have the build configuration. Like, the build configuration I have here for Vim also carries over to VS Code with no modification whatsoever. So I can just boot up VS Code whenever I need to. Which I don't need too often. Like, my config has been pretty solid so far. The main problem I've had is just ceiling D is literally my only problem so far. Has been getting it to work. Like, it's literally just ceiling D. Type name nested not found. I wonder if this is... It would be kind of funny if that was from a different LSP. Like, I have AST grep, which for structural search, lint, and rewriting. I don't think that would be messing with ceiling D, but maybe. And I did write this file, right? I did like actually implement the changes. I mean, that's a config detected. I mean, it says that message every time. Was ceiling D and scope? And I can't set the compiler to MSVC because I want to keep the main repo cross-platform. What version of CLang do I have? 19.1.2? I go to browse code, and we figure out, oh, let's go back. What is the newest version of this? Like, can I compile my own version of CLangD and use that instead of the Mason version? I have CLangD 16 here. And this is CLangD 19? But I mean, LLVM 19 is or 16 is the newest version, I think. If we go here to releases, no, 19 is the latest version. Well, on a lot of distros, 16 is the highest you can get. I remember using 16 like years ago. A lot of people use LLVM. And Mac, yeah. I'm gonna wait to do that until later. Because what's crazy is, I thought it was going to have issues with other issues too. Like, I mean, we can do lock guard for now. That's honestly fine. We'll just deal with it. I've paused on this for like 30 minutes. Need to move forward. Well, to deleted constructor. No, we didn't. At least we shouldn't have. Shouldn't lock guard be movable? Because we can look it up. constructor is deleted. So no copy constructor, no move constructor either. So how am I supposed to do try lock then? Is standard adopt lock. Oh, that changes the. Oh, that's for unique lock. To specify the locking strategy. For lock, try to lock. But for 2, 4, and 6, 2, 4, 6. Defer lock, try to lock, and adopt lock. Do not acquire ownership of the mutex. Try to acquire ownership of the mutex without blocking. And assume the calling thread already has ownership of the mutex. Oh. So adopt lock is actually what I want. I still need a reference to the mutex though. Then if we adopt the lock here, hello! Welcome back to the madness. We spent 30 minutes trying to figure out why my debugger isn't working, and then decided, screw it. We're just going to use a different type because we can't fix the debugger. Using Vim be like. Twitch is paused on the headset. I'm going to completely close that window. I'm going to do a new window. Throw that over here. And now I have Twitch chat up again, and I actually see my thing moving. Okay. Or the image of me moving. Doesn't look like I missed out on any chat though, which is good. Requires template arguments. Deleted constructor. Deleted constructor. Oh, wait a second. We can just do this. Boom. There we go. And now we can create a destructor for this. It's a scoped lock. We don't need to create a destructor. We can just have a override pointer access modifiers. think this is what I want. Oh, access modifiers is like public private. Override pointer operators. You can see I've looked at this before. And then we also want the dereference operator. Alright, what did I just click? What did I just click? Alright, we should be fine though. The operator. Oh, that's saying it's a pointer. Oh, can I just do the same thing, but then do the star operator? Like that? Nice! Trying to reproduce an issue for the Resomat issue tracker, but I can't. Don't you love when that happens? Yep. The only time, sometimes the most annoying times as a programmer is when you literally, like, when errors aren't getting thrown. Or you don't get error messages from the errors being thrown. You're just like, come on, break it. Break. Break in a way I understand. So now we will have a lock member on this mutex, and this will return. We will do m.lock. My dog is crying outside my door. Let me see if she needs to get let out again, or I might just let her hang out in my room. What? Here. You can stay in here as long as you don't go under my bed. Which is immediately what you're going for. They stay up that you know. Get you like out. Sometimes when you put her in places with hard floors, we'll just give her a towel to lay on and she understands that that is her bed. So. Here, let me turn off the background removal so we can dog. Say hi, Brittany. Brittany, say hi. Say hi. She's the doggy. Dog cameo. Maybe we should just have the camera on the dog instead of me. The dog is better than me. Here we go. There we go. Actually see. Is that MatPat? No. It was WireWiz. I have never touched the FNAF franchise. You are gravely mistaken. I actually have never played a FNAF game. I completely escaped that entire trend. I swear you look almost exactly like MatPat. Maybe a significantly younger, well, not too significantly, but like younger version. Go away. I do not need moderation actions. The chat is being fine. Alright, and we're gonna return lock with value and M. Go, and if we do a standard optional lock for try lock. Imagine MatPat retiring, theorizing, and deciding to reinvent the metaverse. And also de-aging like 10, 15 years. I don't know how old he has children, doesn't he? I am like very single. I do not qualify as theory man. So what does try lock return? Okay, so it is a Boolean. Press the lock. The mutex and returns immediately on a successful lock acquisition, returns true, otherwise returns false. So if try lock, we can return lock value M, else return no op, no. What's the thing for... Ah, there it is. Null opt. No template named optional in namespace standard. Screw you, C-Lang. It exists. And you know that it exists in my other projects. What is going on? Like, if I open up BraneScript here, and we go to literally anywhere. Looks like I have some swap files in there. But why are strings different on Windows compared to any other platform? They decided they wanted to support emojis in file paths. But also probably other languages and stuff. But is being smart required to code? It depends. What are you trying to code? Let's see, and we're gonna search for standard optional. Look at this. No errors thrown. Exact same configuration. Ah. Except for the CLangD has a manually set compilation database, which I know that mine is finding the compilation database. Then again, this is going for a Unix compilation compile commands. That is supported on the other platforms as well. Or no. Oh, every coder feels stupid a lot of the times. It's about pushing through it that makes the difference. Come on, I want that button. There we go. Me when I have to physically press buttons that don't exist because looking at them doesn't work. When it comes to engines, you need to have the ability to learn. You don't need to already be smart, but you need to have the ability to become smart. See, this has standard GNU 23. I bet it's... I think you could become smart. I thought it was fixed. I think it's kind of a mindset thing. In which case it is kind of set in some ways. If you're someone who believes it is fixed, then it will be. If you don't believe it is fixed, then it might still be, but at least you will see yourself seeming to get smarter. So I think the problem is that the command here is using CSX is using that latest tag. We're gonna AI this, because I don't trust my Google skills. CMake is outputting a compile commands JSON when generating with Ninja. For Ninja. Oh no, I've doxed my name. It's pretty public, you can find it. When generating for Ninja, I need this file for the CLang DLSP. However, CLang B is failing to the actually debug more recent C++ features after C, including we'll say after C++ 17. I checked the compile commands. Your legal name is Ninja? No, I am not that internet personality either. Compile commands, JSON, and the flag it uses is could this be causing the error, and if so, how fix? Me when I have to which is actually MSVC specific style. Okay, so it actually figured out that it was MSVC. This is why I've liked Claude recently. CMake standard on. Wait a second. I feel like I might have removed that it would be a somewhat cooler last name than I have. I don't know, I think my last name is pretty cool. Not gonna say it. CXX standard required. Translate this into the appropriate compiler flag, which, however, MSVC sometimes defaults to using standard C++ latest instead of explosive. Or the how to modify it. Imagine. Well, I definitely want it to be standard C plus 23, so we could just copy paste this and see if it works. Found ChatGPT too good for dealing with CMake lists. Oh, to be good. I have two, but I like this one. This one works good. Give me 16 digits on your card. Need my OPSEC to be better. It's not a challenge, by the way. I'm gonna throw this into that block that I already have there. Default flags. This isn't my first day on the internet. A second. Why is this having me add compile options when I could just directly replace it? Like, we could just directly throw this into that replace statement. But we'll just see if this works first. I'll do build db debug. Just use Mason. I have been, like, every couple months or so, I'm like, what CMake alternatives are there? So let's see what we're working with here. Did I remember to write? Oh, wrong thing. Because I'm not seeing... MSVC. Not want to use GNU Auto Tools. I will keep that in mind. MSVC, is it capitalized? It might be this capitalization. MSVC. Oh, there's our default flags. As well as our modified flags. Those are exactly the same. Add compile options. Flags. Well, let's just see if it changed it. Because there's a chance that it did. Oh. There's a standard C++ 23 there. Right after C++ latest. Maybe it'll overwrite it. And now if we go to utility, mutex. Oh, I want to restart the LSP. It's still not working. Gonna hit it with the "it's not working." And set the standard variables to prevent it from setting its integrates better with other CMake features that might depend on that. Like that. What is the goal to get working in the 26 days? That is MIT Reality Hack. which it is my goal to win that competition with this engine that currently we can't even get the stuff working, you know? Can't even get highlighting working. Alright, we'll see if this works. I might need to delete the cache before actually seeing results. It shouldn't matter. See, if we just directly say remove that. After an hour, I can finally download VC KG. Nice. No, setting the standard has worked for other stuff. What I need to do is just do what I was doing before. And that is just in here. No, it's MSVC specific. Oh, interesting. The same thing as before, the highlighting. I'm just stuck on that mentally. Okay, so it's just a general config thing. Probably is. I'm gonna try one last Hail Mary, which is just deleting the debug folder, and then doing this. This is not doing fine. Never mind. So after rebuilding this completely from scratch, it looks like it is not working at all. Show the demo of your demo. I don't have a demo of a demo at the moment, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. You mean like show off the editor? You know what would be really funny is if this has the same problem. If we go to common, utility, mutex, and if we go in here, does this actually have error reporting right now? It doesn't. It does have at least text-based autocomplete. It doesn't even have autocomplete. So for the moment, NeoVim is still more functional than code. Fine. Clang. Configure failed. Would you like to try to configure with the CMake debugger? Ah. Looks like it was already installed. Looks like, here's what I'm gonna do. I do have a solution, and it's why the other project is working. And that's to Hopefully this still works. Okay, so the F is lowercase. Welcome back, welcome back. So what I'm doing is just refactoring this a little bit. Oh, this is the wrong place to do stuff. We wanted that to be the place that I put that. Here where we do cmake configure debug, I'm also going to do cmake configure debug make files. And then here, instead of using Ninja, we're going to use Unix make files. And then when we build a debug, we'll have this depend on make files instead. And we'll just delete build db release for now, because I don't want to have to implement this for actually we can not be entirely lazy here. So we'll change this to release, 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 release. And now when we do build debug, and see it is having to build everything for Unix. Let's make program not set. Oh joy, I removed min GW from my path. Well, how is... Not Brane Engine script. Then when we do cmake configure, which is the command for this project, it works. Okay. So which here Unix or just configure? What build type do I do? Unix make files. So this one's Unix makes files too. Is this one not working? I'm using ASIO for networking. Yeah, that's exactly the same. Yeah, ASIO is a networking library. No, this is a different one. This one. Can you see your VR headset is like 2 monitors? So I have one main monitor, and then I have YouTube chat over here in a window, and Twitch chat over here in a window. Then I have an actual physical monitor down there. So it's actually like having 4 monitors. So if I go to build Unix file commands and I remove that, what if I just remove this entire directory? Does it still run, or is it relying on the CMake cache? Is it almost 7? I have a thing at 7, so I might need to jump off here. So no, this is just broken now since I removed MinGW from my path. So this was working before when I had MinGW on my path. Then I got MSVC working and I was like, oh, I can use Ninja to build make files. Looks like Ninja is the more workable option here. But only for olds. That is not taking up a lot of your GitHub CI/CD time. It isn't. And open source projects get infinite amounts. Maybe not infinite, but like a lot. Here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna just see, what if I do a global replace? Yeah, public repos specifically don't have limits on their CI time. And even then, I have a lot of the build steps cached, so it really doesn't take too long. So if I do standard C playtest, and we replace this with, what was the command or the flag? I guess we can just do standard C++ 23 and see what happens. And now if we restart the LSP, okay, it's not getting it from there either. I'm getting nowhere close to 2,000 minutes, so we're good. At this rate, I might just renew my JetBrains license and be done with it. No, it's not. I think there's flags you can set to set concurrency. Okay, so it's just refusing to work. I have easy package cached, so it doesn't need to run every time. Dang it, I need to go. I have a meeting. We spent this entire stream trying to figure out why highlighting isn't working. But that is on your machine? RIP. Alright, well, thank you guys for sticking around. I'll probably come back later. I'll probably debug this a little bit off stream. Might have more luck. But yeah.